Heat 1. And heat number 1 is off. In lane 4, we've got Ephraim Hinkle from Tide. In lane 5, Evan Bowler from Coast Guard. And in lane 6, Scott Stufflebeam from Tide. Which bathroom? The official bathroom. We've found another cell phone. This one was in the officials' bathroom over here behind the by the starting end of the pool. It's got a clearish brown case if you're missing your iPhone. The front has a picture of a lovely couple on it. Please come by the announcer's desk. Yeah. All right, that phone's found. We're still have another one found in the girls' bathroom. Heat 2. This is heat number 2. Swimming in lane 2 is JP Knight from Tide. Josh Bronders in lane 3 for Tide. Logan Garth from Tide is in lane 4. Jacob Coleman in lane 5 for Coast Guard. In lane 6 is Rowan Smith from Tide. In lane 7 is Jacob Johnson from Poseidon. Cooper Schwartz in lane 8 for Tide. And swimming in lane 9, Yosef Sievenpiper from Coast Guard. I do.
She looks super excited. A smile.
Heat 3. Is the music too loud? Heat number 3 is in the water. Jack Valentine is in lane 1 for Tide. Connor Bradley in lane 2 for Tide. Ada Ferguson from CVAC is in lane. Ada Ferguson from CVAC is in lane 3. Owen Klemkiewicz from Tide is in lane 4. Aiden Bird for Tide is in lane 5. In lane 6, Mike Casey for Tide. Lane 7, Tony DeVries from Coast Guard Blue Dolphins. In lane 8, Garrett Root from Coast Guard. Riley Steele is in lane 9 for Tide, and in lane 10 is Matthew Leach, also from Tide. Oh. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Aquawear. Aquawear is excited to welcome all the swimmers to the 2022 King Neptune Invitational. Aquawear is set up behind the bleachers for last-minute team suit needs. They have the logo machine here on site. They've got goggles, team caps, and more. Do all of it at once. Feel that chill in the air? That means it is time to order your parka warm-up backpack or embroidered sweatshirts from Aquawear. Tide, Coast Guard, ECAT, CVAC. Orders for best-looking embroidered team gear can be done today. Go visit Aquawear. Aquawear is owned and operated by Tom Gill, a member of the National Championship Masters swim team. Heat 4. Okay. Heat 4 is in the water. Swimming in lane 1 is William Blashfield from Poseidon. In lane 2, Tate Butt from Poseidon. Lane 3, Timothy Eckham from Tide. Lane 4, Quincy Gerzon from Coast Guard. In lane 5, Matt Boyden from Tide. In lane 6, Peter Krause from Tide. Ethan Stelwell is in lane 7 for Tide. Grayson Scully from CVAC is in lane 8. Noah Rolls from Coast Guard is in lane 9. And in lane 10, rounding out the field, is Will Downen from Tide. I'd like to make an announcement for all the swimmers who are entering the warm-up, warm-down area of the pool. please enter from the entrance side of the pool, the side that's closest to the YMCA building. Enter and exit only from that side. It'll help keep things moving a little more smoothly. Thanks a lot. Another announcement from Aquaware. Aquaware is raffling off a team bag. For every $25 spent, you will have the chance to enter for a new backpack. The winner will be notified after the meet this weekend. So again, please go visit our sponsor, Aquaware. I'd like to also announce that Tropical Smoothie Cafe, the food truck, will be here all weekend. Go visit them if you're hungry. Heat 5. Heat number 5 is in the water. Bernard Kim in lane 1 for Coast Guard. In lane 2, we've got Logan Kennemore from Tide. In lane 3, Braden Crum from Tide. In lane 4, Colt McCoy from Tide. Colin Gadecki from Tide is in lane 5. Landon Lusak from Tide is in lane 6. Swimming in lane 7 is Ari Morozov from Tide. In lane 8, Peter Ziemba from Coast Guard. In lane 9 is Ben Knight from Tide. And in lane 10 is Ali El Sayad from Coast Guard. Heat 6. In lane number 1, we've got Tyler Schwartz from Tide. In lane 2, we have Ian Garth from Tide. In lane 3, Damon Harmon from Tide. Bennett Ross is swimming in lane 4 for Tide. Will Bettis for Tide in lane 5. In lane 6, we've got Gabe Isley from Coast Guard Blue Dolphins. In lane 7, Aiden Flores from Tide. In lane 8, Nathan Gilly from Poseidon. Jacob Batson from Tide is in lane 9, and Jacob Sturgeon from Tide is in lane 10. Heat 7. Heat 7's in the water. Swimming in lane 1 is Austin Temple for Tide. In lane 2, Brody Cox for Coast Guard. In lane 3, Troy Salpeter for Tide. In lane 4, Sterling Rogers for Coast Guard. Parker Knapp is in lane 5 for Tide. Alex Keenan is also with Tide, swimming in lane 6. Sean Gervais from Tide is in lane 7. Carter Whitescarver from Poseidon is in lane 8. In lane 9 is Daniel Stowell from Tide. And in lane 10 is Nikki Stratton from Tide. Heat 8. You swim at SeaTac?
I used to live in Cape Henry.
Okay, yeah. I swim at SeaTac all the time. Yeah. Right, so this is the final heat for the boys 13 and over 200-yard backstroke. Swimming in lane 1, the youngest swimmer to make the big heat is 14-year-old Chase Wilkerson. In lane 2, Common Mammerel from Tide. In lane 3, Spencer Campbell from Poseidon. Carter Wetstein from Tide is in lane 4. In lane 5, Joshua Fisher from Poseidon. In lane 6, Bobby D'Annunzio from Tide. In lane 7, Alex Lineberry from Tide. In lane 8, Brian Kostowski from Tide. Nate Keenan from Tide is in lane 9. And Vincent Tran from Tide is in lane 10. This is event number 3, the girls 13 and over 100-yard freestyle. We have 13 heats. Heat 1. All right, we are officially 2 minutes ahead of schedule if you're looking at the timeline. Running a very smooth meet here. In heat 1 here, in lane 4, we've got Grace Powell from Tide. In lane 5, Megan Aquino from Tide. And in lane 6, Morgan Jenkins, also from Tide. Turn up or? All right, winning heat 1, Felicia Franco. Heat 2. In heat number 2, we've got Ronica Sabo from Tide. In lane 3, we've got Molly Tippett from Tide. In lane 4, we got Elizabeth Narkowitz from Coast Guard. Swimming for CVAC in lane 5 is Audrey Schultz. Danica Steinmetz in lane 6 for Tide. In lane 7, Elle Collette from Coast Guard. In lane 8, Sophie Dupre from Tide. And rounding out the field is Marta Gonzalez from Tide. It looks like Sophie Dupre from Tide is out first, followed closely by Marta Gonzalez, swimming in lanes 8 and 9 respectively. Got a great race coming home. And Sophia Dupre from Tide takes it with a 104.76 out of lane 8. Heat 3. Swimming in Heat 3 is in lane 1, Leilani Etcha from Tide. In lane 2, Emma Thompson from CVAC. In lane 3, Caroline Gilly from Poseidon. In lane 4, Ava Valdez from Tide. In lane 5, Abby Connaught from Coast Guard. Lacey Derrick is in lane 6 for Tide. For Coast Guard, in lane 7 is Lane Gooding. Claire Grisbowski for Tide is in lane 8. In lane 9, we've got Megan Schloss from Tide. In lane 10, we've got Lorelei Schatz from Poseidon. Lacey Derrick for Tide is out to an early lead in lane 6. And looking great all the way through is Lacey Derrick in lane 6 for Tide, taking that heat unofficially in a 107.64. Heat 4. Swimming in Heat 4 in lane 1 is Sydney Rose for Poseidon. In lane 2, Ansley Leak for Poseidon. In lane 3, Ava Ashley from Poseidon. In lane 4, we have Liberty Cooper from Poseidon. Swimming in lane 5, Jessie DeVito from Tide. Sydney Gray from Tide is in lane 6. Violet Bailey from Tide is in lane 7. Also for Tide is Gina McMahon in lane 8. In lane 9, we've got Lucia Isaac from Coast Guard, and Katie Gunderman from Coast Guard is in lane 10. Gina McMahon from Tide is out to an early lead with a 30.5 at the halfway mark. And Gina McMahon holds on for the heat win in lane 8. Heat 5. Avery Pugh is in Heat 1 for Poseidon, in lane 1 for Poseidon. Allison Soder for Coast Guard is in lane 2. In lane 3, Bella Drozda from Coast Guard. In lane 4, Claire Hamby from Tide. In lane 5, Carter Palmer from ECAT. In lane 6, Chloe Lake from Poseidon. Sophia Thompson from Tide is in lane 7. Ava Saunders from Poseidon is in lane 8. Kayla Grabinski in lane 9 for ECAT. And Ellie McGowan from Coast Guard is in lane 10. In lane 7, Sophia Thompson's out to an early lead, splitting to 28.96 on the first 50. Heat 6. Down. That's good. Heat number 6 is in the water. In lane 1, we have Liza Gillum from Tide. In lane 2, Claire Scully from CVAC. In lane 3, Grace Holland from Coast Guard. Alexa Minato from Tide is in lane 4. Alaya Stupar from Coast Guard is in lane 5. In lane 6, we've got Grace Chrisman from Tide. In lane 7, Ryan Colbert from CVAC. In lane 8, Karen Lee from Coast Guard. In lane 9, Emily Brochure from CVAC. And Lisa Everly from Tide is in lane 10. And Lisa Everly takes the heat with a 103.37 swimming to lane 10. Heat 7. In lane 1, Leah Burton from Coast Guard. In lane 2, Elise Schoenfeld from Tide. In lane 3, Camry Stambaugh from Tide. Emma Landon is in lane 4 for ECAT. In lane 5 is Sadie Edwards from Tide. In lane 6, Haley Tessinier from Tide. In lane 7, Avery Eustick from Tide. Alice South is in lane 8 for Coast Guard. Ava Hamby is in lane 9 for Tide, and rounding out the field is Marla Newton from Tide in lane 10. Elise Schoenfield from Tide and swimming in lane 2 was out first there with the 29. And Ava Hamby takes the heat with a 101.13 in lane 9. Heat 8. In lane 1 is Anna Huang from Tide. Lane 2, Vika Watson from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Becky Palmer from Poseidon. In lane 4, Ashlyn Sandlin from Poseidon. Lucy Goodlow from Tide is in lane 5. Lena Machi from Tide is in lane 6. In lane 7, Isabel Pugh from Poseidon. Annie Avery from Tide is in lane 8. In lane 9, Brianna Wallace from Coast Guard. And in lane 10, Lizzie Canuck from from Coast Guard Blue Dolphins. Lena Machi from Tide was out quickly with a 28.2 in lane 6. In lane 6, Lena Machi from Tide takes it with a 100.23. Heat 9. In lane 1, Ella Arbuckle from Tide. In lane 2, Yasmin Garcia from Poseidon. In lane 3, Kaylee Jones from Tide. Abby Elias from Coast Guard's in lane 4. Also with Coast Guard in lane 5 is Veronica Dines. In lane 6, Maddie Clark from Poseidon. In lane 7, Caitlin Wilson from Coast Guard. Laura Pollard is in lane 8. She swims for Tide. Zoe Laflamme in lane 9 for Coast Guard. And Sophia Overbay is in lane 10 for Tide. Maddie Clark for Poseidon was out to 29.0. Swimming in lane 6. Maddie Clark takes the heat in lane 6 for Poseidon. Heat 10. Lily Person from Coast Guard is in lane 1. Brilliant Gilbert for Coast Guard's in lane 2. Also from Coast Guard is Maddie Wolf in lane 3. Rania Jacob in lane 4 swims for Tide. In lane 5, Charlotte Everhart for Tide. In lane 6, Megan Bogozelski from Tide. In lane 7, Jacqueline Griner from Tide. Nora Everhart is in lane 8 for Tide. Bermuda Granger from Tide is in lane 9, and in lane 10 is Avery Breck, also from Tide. You got no music? Am I doing something wrong?
No, probably not. Probably my fault. Probably did.
Taking the heat is Avery Breck from Tide in a 58.11. Heat 11. Sydney Whiteman is swimming in lane 1 for Tide. Anna Inguez from Tide is in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Lily and Crawley from Tide. In lane 4, Maddie Donaldson from Coast Guard. Chloe Check from Coast Guard is in lane 5. And also with Coast Guard Blue Dolphins in lane 6 is Brooke Ferguson. In lane 7, Addie Rosen from Tide. Mackenzie Ortolano in lane 8, Tide. Emily Tron is for Tide is swimming in lane 9. And Olivia Chung with Coast Guard is in lane 10. Is this the one that turns mine down? Heat 12. In lane number 1 is Sophia Cruz from Seaback. In lane 2, Maddie Timmons from Tide. In lane 3, Crystalyn Mosley from Tide. In lane 4, Olivia Mayo from Coast Guard. Her teammate Madeline Paxton is in lane 5. In lane 6, Addie Roberts from Tide. In lane 7, Sophia Kohler from Tide. Sohyla Ryland from Tide is in lane 8. Cameron Darnell from Coast Guard is in lane 9. And also from Coast Guard is Nora McMullen in lane 10. Crystalyn Mosley from Tide takes it with a 56.06. Heat 13. Willow Hansen from Coast Guard is out to an early lead here in our final heat. And Willow takes it to 54.64. Event number 4, the boys 13 and over 100-yard freestyle. We have 10 heats. Heat 1. In lane 4, Jude Carroll from CVAC. In lane 5, Jabari Thomas from Coast Guard. And in lane 6, Yosef Sievenpiper from Coast Guard. Jude Carroll from CVAC is in the lead at the halfway point. It looks very strong. He's out in the 25.16. Woo! Jude Carroll takes it with the 54.21. Heat 2. In lane 1, Josh Bronder from Tide. In lane 2, JP Knight from Tide. In lane 3, Aiden Semitic from Tide. Swimming in lane 4 is Finian Bowen from ECAT. Logan Garth is in lane 5 for Tide. Grayson Baker is in lane 6 for CVAC. His teammate Daniel Key is in lane 7. Brandon Burkhart is in lane 8 for Coast Guard. And in lane 9, Ephraim Hinkle from Tide. It says heat 3 on the screen. I think it's only heat 2. Okay. Are they though? No, that's heat 3. Yeah. Looks like Aiden Semitic from Tide takes the heat to 104.02. Heat 3. No, it's wrong again. Yeah. This is heat number 3. In lane 1, Carson Stiles from Poseidon. In lane 2, Tyler Newton from Tide. In lane 3, Elias Nails from Poseidon. Riley Steele from Tide is in lane 4. Will Downen from Tide is in lane 5, and Will Wood from Tide is in lane 6. In lane 7, we have Garrett Root from Coast Guard. In lane 8, we have Rowan Smith from Tide. In lane 9, Max Alpagini from CVAC. And in lane 10 is Jacob Johnson from Poseidon. Will Wood touches out 2 competitors in a very close race, winning with a 57.49. Heat 4. Lane 1 has Mike Casey from Tide. In lane 2, David Lynch from Poseidon. In lane 3, Gavin Wisner from Tide. In lane 4, Tanner Bratt from Coast Guard. His teammate Peter Zimba is in lane 5. Eric Sabo from Poseidon is in lane 6. Cade Rogers from Coast Guard is in lane 7. William Blashfield from Poseidon is in lane 8. And in lane 9, we've got Evan Bowler from Coast Guard. In lane 10, Timothy Eckham from Tide. Eric Sabo from Poseidon in lane 6 is out to an early lead with a 26-1. He's on his way to a personal best here. And Eric takes it with a 55.02. Coming out of lane 6. Heat 5. In lane 1, Gabe Winston from Tide. In lane 2, Rockwell Lee from Tide. In lane 3, Alex Bowler from Coast Guard. Colin Godecki from Tide is in lane 4. Aiden Flores from Tide is in lane 5. Jacob Sturgeon from Tide is in lane 6. In lane 7, Quincy Garçon from Coast Guard. In lane 8, Grayson Scully from CVAC. His teammate Ada Ferguson Fairchild is in lane 9. And in lane 10, Scott Stufflebeam from Tide. Grayson Scully from CVAC touched first at the halfway point. And Colin Godecki from Tide has a great back half and finishes in a 54.02. Heat 6. In lane 1, Noah Rolls from Coast Guard. In lane 2, Jaden Proctor from CVAC. In lane 3, Trey Hancock from Tide. In lane 4, Logan Kennemore from Tide. Troy Salpeter from Tide is in lane 5. Peter Kraus from Tide is in lane 6. Sam Adelar Poseidon is in lane 7. Swimming in lane 8 is Alex Lineberry from Tide. Bennett Ross is in lane 9 for Tide. And Nikki Stratton for Tide is in lane 10. Troy Salpeter was out to an early lead. He's only 13 years old, swimming with a lot of older swimmers in this one. And Troy takes the heat in a 53.59, swimming for Tide in lane 5. Heat 7. Heat number 7 is in the water. In lane 1, Jacob Batson from Tide. In lane 2, Nathan Gilly from Poseidon. In lane 3, Owen Klimkowitz from Tide. In lane 4, Bernard Kim from Coast Guard. Also from Coast Guard in lane 5 is Brody Cox. Vincent Tran from Tide is in lane 6. In lane 7, we've got Connor Poole from Tide. In lane 8, Heaven Shelton from Tide. In lane 9 is Tyler Schwartz from Tide. And in lane 10 is Daniel Stowell from Tide. Connor Poole from Tide takes the heat with a 53.68. Heat 8. Swimming in lane 1 is Austin Temple from Tide. Gabe Isling from Coast Guard is in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Brian Kostowski from Tide. In lane 4, Thomas Bird from Tide. In lane 5, Will Bennis, also from Tide. Justin Grantham from Coast Guard is in lane 6. Colt McCoy from Tide is in lane 7. In lane 8, we've got Charlie Severston from the ECAT. In lane 9, Matthew Healy from Tide. And in lane 10 is Jack Hancock from Tide. Jack is out to the early lead here with a 25.17. It's a very close heat. Thomas Bird takes it with a great back half, finishing in a 52.75. Heat 9. Brody Salpeter is in lane 1 for Tide. Aiden McGowan is in lane 2 for Coast Guard. In lane 3, Damon Harmon for Tide. In lane 4, Carter Whiteside from Tide. In lane 5, Tudor Negrut from Tide. Also from Tide in lane 6 is Ben Knight. And Landon Lusac is in lane 7 for Tide. Chase Wilkerson for Tide is in lane 8. Swimming in lane 9 is Forrest Ward from Coast Guard. And rounding out the heat is Kamani Brooks from Tide in lane 10. Ben Knight takes the heat with a 51.25. Nice swim. Heat 10. This is the final heat of the event. In lane 1, Blaise Van Slyke from Tide. In lane 2, Nate Keenan from Tide. Also from Tide in lane 3 is Brandon Temple. Justin Sear from Coast Guard is in lane 4. In lane 5, you've got Colin Amaral from Tide. In lane 6, Ryan Griffith from Coast Guard. In lane 7, Ian Rogers from Coast Guard. Bobby D'Annunzio is in lane 8 for Tide. In lane 9, Gage Spade for Tide. And in lane 10, Thomas Dines from Coast Guard. And they're bringing it home fast here. Looks like Bobby D'Annunzio from Tide takes it with a 48.6. The great back half. This is event number 5, the girls 13 and over 200-yard butterfly. There are 5 heats. Heat 1. All right, if you're following along in the program, we are a full 5 minutes ahead of schedule. This is heat number 1. In lane 4, we've got Emery Eberly. In lane 5, Claire Hamby, both from Tide. And in lane 6, Lise Markuson, also from Tide. We've got 5 heats of brave young women swimming a very difficult event in the 200-yard butterfly. Lise Markuson from Tide has a slight lead at the halfway point, touching in a 1:14.6. Emily Eberly takes the heat with a 2:37.3. Heat 2. In lane 2 is Maddie Patterson from Tide. In lane 3, Lillian Crawley from Tide. Cameron Pogorzelski from Tide is in lane 4. Laura Pollard from Tide is in lane 5. Abby Flores from Tide is in lane 6. In lane 7, Claire Graham from Tide. In lane 8, Danica Steinmetz from Tide. And Emma Gallant, also from Tide, in lane 9. And Lucia Franco, who's not in the heat sheet but added late, is in lane 10, and she's out to an early lead with a 32.5 on the first 50. All right, Lucia Franco from Tide's looking strong over here in lane 10. Coming in confidently. And she finishes first with a 2:23.88. Heat 3. Heat number 3 is in the water. In lane 1, we have Alana Crum from Tide. Actually, all of these swimmers, this is a Tide heat. In lane 2, Afsana Rollins. In lane 3, Avery Breck. In lane 4, Bella Muriel. In lane 5, Layla Eberly. In lane 6, Capri Moreno. Sydney Gray is in lane 7. Jocelyn Irvin is in lane 8. Swimming in lane 9 is Maite Guzman. And in lane 10 is Kirsten Jones. Capri Moreno is out fast with a 31.7 on the first 50. Capri holds on to her lead at the halfway point. She's out in a 109.8. Strong third 50 for Capri. Hanging on to the lead in heat number 3. And Capri Moreno takes heat number 3, finishing with a 2:32.35. Heat 4. Heat number 4 is in the water. In lane 1 is Piper Strzok from Tide. In lane 2, Rihanna De La Cruz from Tide. In lane 3, Avery Taylor from Tide. Swimming in lane 4, Anna Eberly from Tide. Ellie Quaresma from Tide is in lane 5. In lane 6 is Addie Rosen, also from Tide. In lane 7, Maggie Gahagan from Tide. In lane 8, Marina Sutherland from Tide. Swimming in lane 9 is Stella Dietrich from Tide. And rounding out the field is Zoe LaFlamme from Coast Guard, swimming in lane 10. Maggie Gahagan from Tide is out to 31.26, looking very strong. Looks like Maggie Gahagan took the heat, but with a soft touch. So it's hard to know what her time was. Stella Dietrich comes in second with a 2:32.01. Heat 5. Heat number 5 is in the water. This is the final heat of the event. In lane 1 is Mackenzie Ortolano from Tide. In lane 2, Ainsley Graff from Tide. In lane 3, Megan Pogorzelski from Tide. In lane 4, Maris Mochione from Tide. Swimming for Poseidon in lane 5 is Molly Blanchard. In lane 6 is Ellie Fickinger from Tide. In lane 7 is Hannah Walker from Poseidon. In lane 8 is Maggie Wright from Tide. In lane 9, Maya Aluabasa, Tide. And in lane 10, Lauren Gray from Tide. Molly Blanchard for Poseidon is out in a 104.0. Second place swimmer right now is only 14 years old. That's Maris Marchione in lane 4. Molly hangs on to her lead on that third 50. Maris right behind her. Looks like Maris is making a move. They are neck and neck right at the last turn. This is going to be a great race home. Wow, two very tough young women here, young girls. And Maris takes it with a fantastic last 50. She came home in a 36.4, and the winning time was a 2:17.96. This is event number 6, the boys 13 and over 200-yard butterfly. We have 5 heats. Heat 1. In lane 2, we have Jackson Layton from Tide. This is an entirely tied heat here. In lane 3, Gabe Winston. In lane 4, Ethan Stowell. In lane 5, Austin Temple. Connor Bradley's in lane 6. Will Wood is in lane 7. And in swimming in lane 8 is Aiden Bird. Gabe Winston, Tide, is out to the lead here at the halfway point. Split a 1:10.6 on his first 100. This is Gabe's first time swimming this event. Gabe still looks great here after that third 50. Split a 38.8. Gabe Winston takes the heat with a 2:29.08. Swimming the event for the first time. Fantastic job. Heat 2. In lane 1, we have Ari Morozov for Tide. In lane 2, Chase Wilkerson for Tide. In lane 3, Will Bettis for Tide. In lane 4, Alex Keenan for Tide. Swimming in lane 5 is Damon Harmon for Tide. Troy Salpeter is in lane 6 for Tide. In lane 7, swimming for Poseidon is Tate Bupp. Braden Crum is in lane 8. He swims for Tide. John Prudhomme is in lane 9 for Tide, and rounding out the field is Daniel Stowell in lane 10, also for Tide. Taking the heat is Chase Wilkerson with a 2:21.84 swimming for Tide. Heat 3. This is Heat 3. Swimming in lane 1 is Cade Rogers from Coast Guard. And then the rest of the field all swims for Tide. In lane 2, we've got Colt McCoy. In lane 3, Jacob Sturgeon. In lane 4, Jack Valentine. Matthew Leach is in lane 5. Brody Salvatore is in lane 6. In lane 7, Sean Gervais. In lane 8, Connor Poole. In lane 9, Cooper Schwartz. And in lane 10, we have Thomas Bird. Thomas Bird out of lane 10. Splits a 104 going out here. Might have an outside smoke. Want to remind everybody that Aquawear is here today. Aquawear is excited to welcome all swimmers to the 2022 Tide Swimming King Neptune Invitational. They're set up behind the bleachers. They've got you covered for all your team suit needs, goggles, team caps, and more. Please stop by and take a look at what Aquawear has. Matthew Leach moved into the lead in the third 50. We got quite a race coming home. Stroke for stroke. Matthew Leach in lane 5 takes it with a 2:16.1. Wow. Jack Valentine just 1/100th of a second behind. Both of them had fantastic last 50s. Heat 4. Jacob Botson from Tide is in lane 1. Swimming in lane 2 is Carter Whitescarver from Poseidon. We got 3 Coast Guard teammates here in a row. In lane 3, Ali El Said. In lane 4, Emmanuel Elias. And in lane 5, Ryan Griffith. Then the rest of the field is Tide. In lane 6, we've got Evan Shelton. In lane 7, Matthew Healy. In lane 8, Peter Kraus. In lane 9, Ian Garth. And in lane 10, Nikki Stroud. Ryan Griffith from Coast Guard has to lead at the halfway point. Commanding lead. He was 29.9 on the second 50. Ryan Griffith takes it in convincing fashion, finishes with a 2:02.35 for the Coast Guard Blue Dolphins. Heat 5. I'm so. This is the final heat of the boys 13 and over 200-yard butterfly. Swimming in lane 1 is Ben Knight from Tide. In lane 2, Blaise Van Slyke from Tide. Coast Guard's Thomas Dines is in lane 3. And Poseidon's Joshua Fisher is in lane 4. Bobby D'Annunzio for Tide is in lane 5. In lane 6, Ian Rogers from Coast Guard. In lane 7, Nate Keenan from Tide. In lane 8, Spencer Campbell from Poseidon. Justin Sear from Coast Guard is in lane 9, and the youngest swimmer in the big heat here is Parker Knapp, 13 years old, swimming in lane 10 for Tide. All right, Joshua Fisher had the lead at the halfway point, so he was out with a 54.0. And Josh builds on his lead with a great third 50. It's going to be pretty tough to catch coming home. And Joshua Fisher takes it, coming home with in a 30.39. His final time was a 154.45. Very nice swim. Giving him a good push there on that last 50 was Ian Rogers from Coast Guard. He's put a 29.4 coming home, which is smoking. This is event number 7, the girls 13 and over 100-yard breaststroke. There are 11 heats. Heat 1. In this first heat, in lane 1, we have Skylar Johnson from Coast Guard. In lane 2, Sophie Dupre from Tide. In lane 3, Morgan Jenkins from Tide. In lane 4, Grace Powell from Tide. In lane 5, Lacey Derrick from Tide. In lane 6, Rana Casabo from Tide. Swimming for Coast Guard in lane 7 is Elle Collette. In lane 8, Megan Aquino from Tide. In lane 9, Marta Gonzalez from Tide. And Lise Markison from Tide is in lane 10. And Lise is out to an early lead. She's out to 37.19, looking very sharp. Skylar Johnson on the other side of the pool is also out to 37. These two 16-year-olds are going to battle it out here in Heat 1. And finishing in a 118.19 is Lise Markison from Tide, taking heat number 1. Heat 2. In lane 1, Leilani Etcha from Tide. In lane 2, Caroline Gilly from Poseidon. In lane 3, Lorelei Schatz from Poseidon. In lane 4, Emma Thompson from Seaback. Sadie Edwards swims for Tide in lane 5. Ainsley Link for Poseidon is in lane 6. In lane 7, Claire Grzybowski from Tide. The last 3 swimmers here are all Coast Guard swimmers. Abby Canuck is in lane 8. Lane Gooding, is in lane 9. And Katie Gunderman is in lane 10. Ainsley Link for Poseidon is out to 43.1. She's got the early lead. Three swimmers split a 43 on that first 50, so it's going to be a good race coming home. Ainsley Link for Poseidon takes heat number 2 with a 128.84. Heat 3. Swimming in heat 3 for Tide in lane 1 is Ava Valdez. Also for Tide in lane 2 is Marina Soderlund. Violet Bailey from Tide is in lane 3. In lane 4, Sydney Rose from Poseidon. In lane 5, Gabby Rodriguez from Coast Guard. In lane 6, Liberty Cooper from Poseidon. From Coast Guard in lane 7 is Elizabeth Narkowitz. In lane 8, Carter Palmer from ECAT. In lane 9, Maddie Peterson from Tide, and her teammate Danica Steinmetz is in lane 10. Maddie Patterson from Tide has the lead at the halfway point, splitting a 39.6. Has a strong, almost 2-second lead on her next closest competitor. Maddie Patterson takes heat 3 in a 122.73. Heat 4. Heat 4 is in the water. Audrey Schultz from Seaback is in lane 1. In lane 2, Ava Sanders from Poseidon. In lane 3, Ellie McGowan from Coast Guard. Swimming for Tide in lane 4 is Emma Hellwig. In lane 5, we have Karen Lee from Coast Guard. In lane 6, Alexis Minato from Tide. In lane 7, Avery Pugh, Poseidon. Her teammate, Elizabeth Vallant is in lane 8. Swimming for Coast Guard in lane 9 is Veronica Dines. And Ava Ashley from Poseidon is in lane 10. Ava Sanders from Poseidon in lane number 2. is out to a commanding early lead, 38-8. And Ava Sanders holds on, winning the heat in a 122.68. Heat 5. Swimming in heat number 5 in lane 1, we have Emily Tran from Tide. Teammates Brooke Ferguson and Allison Soder in lanes 2 and 3. Lisa Eberle is in lane 4 for Tide. Kirsten Jones for Tide is in lane 5. In lane 6, we have Breland Gilbert from Coast Guard. In lane 7, Avery Ustick from Tide. In lane 8, Lucia Isaac from Coast Guard. In lane 9, Chloe Lake from Poseidon. And in lane 10, Lizzie Canuck from Coast Guard. Chloe Lake from Poseidon out in the 38.9. She's being chased by Lisa Eberle from Tide, who's out in the 39. And Avery Ustick from Tide has a nice second 50 here, winning a 124.3. Heat 6. In lane 1, Elise Schoenfield from Tide. Teammates from Coast Guard, Brianna Wallace and Bella Drozdar in lanes 2 and 3. Claire Scully from CVAC is in lane 4. In lane 5, Alice South from Coast Guard. In lane 6, Ashla Pugh from Poseidon. Zoe O'Brien, swims for Tide in lane 7. The teammates Elias Stupar and Maddie Donaldson for Coast Guard swimming in 8 and 9. And Maris Marchione rounds out the field in lane 10 for Tide. Claire Scully from CVAC is out in a 38.5. She's got the early lead. Maris Marchione has a great second 50, winning the heat in a 121.01. Heat 7. Swimming in heat number 7, Leah Burton from Coast Guard in lane 1. And her teammates Grace Holland and Maddie Wolf are in lanes 2 and 3. Emma Landon from ECAT is in lane 4. In lane 5, Ainsley Graff from Tide. Teammate Emma McMath is in lane 6. Maddie Clark from Poseidon is in lane 7. Yasmin Garcia from Poseidon is in lane 8. In lane 9, Olivia Mayo from Coast Guard. And in lane 10, Abby Elias from Coast Guard. Maddie Wolf from Coast Guard in lane 3 is out in a 35.9. It's the fastest split we've had so far today. And Maddie Wolf from Coast Guard takes it. She went a 1:16.24. Heat 8. Swimming in lane number 1, Sophia Kohler from Tide. Vika Watson from Coast Guard's in lane 2. Ashlyn Sandlin from Poseidon is in lane 3. Emery Eberly from Tide is in lane 4. In lane 5, Nora McMullen from Coast Guard. In lane 6, Cameron Darnell from Coast Guard. Lane 7, Wilo Hansen from Coast Guard. Swimming in lane 8, Lena Machi from Tide. Lily Person from Coast Guard is in lane 9, and Marla Newton from Tide is in lane 10. All right, Lena Machi from Tide takes the heat in a 1:17.3. Heat 9.
And I think really where it was is just like where he is now. He's ready to edge of the camera. I think that's fine. And if he needs to stand all the time, he's not on the wall. He's not blocking.
Let's go, Nora!
All right. Heat number 9 is in the water. In lane 1, we've got Phoebe Mayo from Coast Guard. In lane 2, Cameron Pogorzelski from Tide. In lane 3, Chloe Swats from Tide. Avery Taylor is in lane 4 for Tide. Charlotte Everhart is in lane 5 for Tide. In lane number 6, Addie Roberts, Tide. Jacqueline Griner is in lane 7 for Tide. And also with Tide in lane 8 is Sydney Whiteman. Swimming for the Coast Guard Blue Dolphins in lane 9 is Caitlin Wilson. And rounding out the field is Nora Everhart for Tide, swimming in lane 10. Sydney Whiteman from Tide out in the 35.6. That is our fastest takeout 50 of this event so far. The swims are getting very fast. Sydney White from Tide finishes in a 1:14.78. Heat 10. right, heat number 10 is in the water. In lane 1, Capri Moreno from Tide. In lane 2, Bernie Musto from CVAC. In lane 3, Zoe LaFlamme from Coast Guard. In lane 4, we got Lucy Goodlow from Tide. Afsana Rollins from Tide is in lane 5, and Kaylee Jones from Tide is in lane 6. And their teammate Ana Iniguez is in lane 7. Swimming for Coast Guard in lane 8 is Olivia Chung. And rounding out the field in lanes 9 and 10 for Tide is Maggie Gahagan and Lauren Gray. Afsana Rollins takes the heat in a 1:14.61. Heat 11. This is the final heat of the girls 13 and over 100 breaststroke. In lane 1 is Sarah Teague from Tide. In lane 2, Madeline Paxton from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Kendall Butler from Coast Guard. Chloe Check from Coast Guard is in lane 4. Molly Blanchard from Poseidon is in lane 5. In lane 6, Alexa Osment from Tide. In lane 7, Crystalline Mosley from Tide. In lane 8, Annie Avery from Tide, and Maya Alubasola is in lane 9, Tide. And Delaney Cox from Coast Guard is in lane 10. Molly Blanchard has the early lead, splitting a 33-4 out of lane 5. She comes in the heavy favorite, seated 4 seconds ahead of her closest competitor. We got a good race, though, coming home. And Molly Blanchard holds on, winning in a 1:10.3, splitting a 36.9 coming home. Up next, we have the event number 8, the boys 13 and over 100-yard breaststroke. There are 9 heats. Heat 1. All right, it looks like all of these swimmers are swimming this event for the first time. In lane 2, Gavin Wisner from Tide. In lane 3, Brandon Burkhart from Coast Guard. In lane 4, Jabari Thomas from Coast Guard. In lane 5, JP Knight from Tide. In lane 6, Jude Carroll from CVAC. In lane 7, Efren Hinkle from Tide. In lane 8, Yosef Sievenpiper from Coast Guard. And in lane 9, Josh Bronder from Tide. Jude Carroll takes it out to 34.33. It's a commanding early lead. And Jude Carroll from CVAC, swimming in lane 6, takes the heat in a 1:13.92. Heat 2. Swimming in Heat 2 from lane 1 is Daniel Key from CVAC. In lane 2, Logan Garth from Tide. In lane 3, Grayson Scully from CVAC. In lane 4, we have Gabe Winston from Tide, and his teammate Matthew Leach is in lane 5. Rowan Smith is in lane 6 for Tide. In lane 7, Carson Stiles for Poseidon. Grayson Baker swims for CVAC out of lane 8. Vinny and Bohan for ECAT in lane 9. And Aiden Saminik for Tide is in lane 10. Grayson Scully from CVAC took the early lead here. And a nice win for Grayson Scully for CVAC in lane 3, finishes in a 1:14.5. Heat 3. In lane 1, Tanner Brandt from Coast Guard. In lane 2, Ari Morozov from Tide. In lane 3, Elias Males from Poseidon. In lane 4, Cade Rogers from Coast Guard, and his teammate Jacob Coleman is in lane 5. Mike Casey is in lane 6 for Tide. Eric Szabo is in lane 7 for Poseidon. In lane 8, Jack Valentine from Tide. In lane 9, Jacob Johnson from Poseidon. And Max Alpagini from CVAC is in lane 10. And Max is out to the early lead in this one. He split a 37.9. He's got a couple seconds on his next closest competitor. And Max finishes in a 1:21.17, taking heat number 3. Heat 4. In lane 1, David Lenz from Poseidon. In lane 2, Colin Gadecki from Tide. In lane 3, Nikki Stratton from Tide. In lane 4, we have Evan Bowler from Coast Guard. Peter Ziemba, also from Coast Guard, is in lane 5, along with Tony DeVries from Coast Guard in lane 6. Kamani Brooks is in lane 7, swimming for Tide. In lane 8, Cooper Schwartz, Tide. In lane 9, Timothy Etcham, also from Tide. And John Prudholm is in lane 10, swimming for Tide. Colin Gadecki from Tide out in lane 2. Splits a 34.8 going out. Has about a second and a half on John Prudholm in lane 10. Colin Gadecki in lane 2 takes it for Tide. Wins the heat in a 1:13.38. Heat 5. In lane 1, we have Connor Poole from Tide. In lane 2, Brody Cox from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Brian Kostowski from Tide. In lane 4, Brayton Crum from Tide. In lane 5, Ian Gorth from Tide. In lane 6, Matt Boyden from Tide. Trey Hancock is in lane 7 for Tide. Ethan Stowell is in lane 8 for Tide. And Coast Guard teammates Thomas Dines and Sterling Rogers are in lanes 9 and 10. Thomas Dines from Coast Guard's out to 33.90. Followed closely by Matt Boyden from Tide. It's going to be a good race coming home. Matt Boyd from Tide has a great second 50, winning the heat in a 1:12.01. Heat 6. In lane 1, Thomas Bird from Tide. In lane 2, Logan Kennemore from Tide. In lane 3, Tudor Negrut from Tide. Swimming in lane 4, Tate Bupp from Poseidon. Vincent Tran from Tide is in lane 5. Charlie Severston from ECAT is in lane 6. In lane 7, we have Ryan Griffith from Coast Guard. In lane 8, Nate Keenan from Tide. Aiden Flores from Tide is in lane 9. And in lane 10, we have Aiden Bird from Tide. Ryan Griffith from Coast Guard's out to 31.8. Very fast. He's got a second and a half on his next closest competitor. Ryan's getting a lot of distance off those walls. He's got some very good pullouts. And finishing strong, he finishes in a 1:06.80. That's Ryan Griffith from Coast Guard. Best time. Heat 7. Swimming in lane 1 is Jaden Proctor from CVAC. In lane 2, Alex Lineberry from Tide. Coast Guard's Ian Rogers is in lane 3. Sam Adelar from Poseidon is in lane 4. In lane 5, we have Ali El Sayed from Coast Guard. In lane 6, Evan Shelton from Tide. In lane 7, Gabe Isley from Coast Guard. Tide's Gage Spade is in lane 8. Blaze Van Slyke from Tide is in lane 9, and Jack Hancock, from Tide is in lane 10. Ian Rogers from Coast Guard is out to 32.1. We've got 5 swimmers out to 32. This is anyone's race. This looks to be fast coming home. Ian Rogers from Coast Guard takes it. Slips in with a 1:06.97. It's his best time. Heat 8. In lane 1, Emmanuel Elias from Coast Guard. Rockwell Lee from Tide is in lane 2. Nathan Gilly from Poseidon is in lane 3. Swimming in lane 4 is Quincy Gerson from Coast Guard. And lane 5, Spencer Campbell from Poseidon. Owen Klimkiewicz from Tide is in lane 6. Bennett Ross from Tide is in lane 7. Alex Bowler from Coast Guard is in lane 8. Tide's Bobby D'Annunzio is in lane 9. And Colin Amaral from Tide rounds out the field in lane 10. And he's got the early lead out in the smoking 30.9. He's got a full second almost on his next closest competitor. Bobby D'Annunzio wants to make an issue out of it here. Give him the hard push in lane 9. Who's going to get it here on this last 25? And stretching to the finish is Colin Amaral. Wins it in a 1:05.11. It's his best time. Heat 9. All right, this is the final heat here. In lane 1, we have Brody Salpeter from Tide. In lane 2, Justin Grantham from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Sean Gervais from Tide. The Coast Guard teammates in lanes 4 and 5, it's Aiden McGowan and Justin Sear. In lane 6, Landon Lusack from Tide. In lane 7, Tyler Schwartz from Tide. Forrest Ward is in lane 8 for Coast Guard. Carter Wetstein from Tide is in lane 9. And Joshua Fisher from Poseidon is in lane 10. Justin Sear is out in a 28.8. He is seated with a 57.7, which is gives him about a 2.5 second lead in terms of seed times over his next closest competitors. He looks pretty good. And Joshua Fisher, wow, in lane 10, has a very good second 50. Comes home with a 1:01.3. He outsplit the rest of the field by 9/10 or more on that second 50. What a fantastic race. This is event number 9, the girls 13 and over, 200-yard IM. There are 11 heats. In lane 2, this is an entirely tied heat. In lane 2, we have Megan Schloss. In lane 3, Gina McMahon. In lane 4, Claire Grzybowski. In lane 5, Morgan Jenkins. In lane 6, Marta Gonzalez. In lane 7, Megan Aquino. And Addie Rosen is in lane 8. Addie Rosen from Tide. This is her first time swimming this event. She's out in a 31.7. All right, 200-yard individual medley. We've got 50 yards of each stroke. Butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle. Addie Rosen hangs on to her lead, extends her lead. She splits a 39.8 on that second 50. right, Addie Rosen hangs on to the lead. Megan Aquino in lane 7 made a nice push there on the breaststroke to make it a little closer. Let's see who can bring it home here. Addie Rosen from Tide hangs on. She splits a 36-1 coming home and finishes with a 2:36.74. Nice last 50 for Megan Aquino, finishing second. Heat 2. Our swimmers in heat number 2 in lane 1, Lorelei Schatz from Poseidon. In lane 2, Lane Gooding from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Emma Thompson from CVAC. Her teammate Audrey Schultz is in lane 4. Abby Canuck from Coast Guard is in lane 5. Swimming in lane 6, Alexis Minato from Tide. In lane 7, Katie Gunderman from Coast Guard. In lane 8, Lalani Eckham from Tide. Elizabeth Narkowitz from Coast Guard is in lane 9. And out to an early lead is Emma Gallant from Tide. She's swimming in lane 10. She splits a 32-8 going out. A commanding lead on that butterfly. Still looking strong is Emma Gallant. She has the fastest backstroke split as well. She's out in a 1:13.4. Emma Gallant, nice breaststroke leg. Holds on to about a 5-second lead here going into the freestyle. Emma Gallant takes it, leading from start to finish. She finishes in a 2:32.23. Heat 3. In lane 1, Ava Valdez from Tide. In lane 2, Ava Ashley from Poseidon. In lane 3, Sydney Rose from Poseidon. Swimming in lane 4 is Liza Gillum from Tide. Kayla Grabinski from ECAT is in lane 5, and her teammate Carter Palmer is in lane 6. Lucia Isaac from Coast Guard is in lane 7. Becky Palmer from Poseidon is in lane 8, and her teammate Caroline Gilly is in lane 10. Carter Palmer has the lead after the butterfly. She's got about a second and a half on Liza Gillum. Carter Palmer extends her lead. She's got about 3 seconds on Kayla Grabinski, her teammate. They're side by side in lanes 6 and 5. All right, Sydney Rose in lane 2 for Poseidon made a great move on that breaststroke leg. She outsplit the rest of the field by 2 seconds. Made things a little bit more interesting here. She chased down Carter Palmer, who retained her lead. And Carter Palmer has a strong freestyle coming home. Holds off Sydney Rose from Poseidon. Nice from to both girls. Heat 4. This is Heat 4. In lane 1, we have Marina Soderlund. In lane 2, Emily Brochure from CVAC. In lane 3, Claire Hamby from Tide. In lane 4, Bella Drozda from Coast Guard. In lane 5, Lisa Eberly from Tide. In lane 6, Ava Sanders from Poseidon. Ava's out to the early lead here. Brooke Ferguson from Coast Guard is in lane 7. Elizabeth Vallant from Poseidon is in lane 8. In lane 9, Claire Scully from CVAC. And Zoe O'Brien is in lane 10 for Tide. Ava Sanders from Poseidon to head at the halfway point here. Zoe O'Brien in lane 10, trying to chase her down. It's going to be a little while. What's your name? Jay Boy, you win your heat, all right? I'm going to say if you win your heat, all right? Ava Sanders in lane 6 has a slight lead over Zoe O'Brien. Going to be a great freestyle leg coming home. Who can get their legs going here? Ava looks pretty strong. She's going to hit that wall first on the turn side of the pool. Ava holds on, winning in a 2:34.80. Heat 5. Teammates Aaliyah Stupar and Leah Burton are in lanes 1 and 2 here in heat number 5. Claire Graham from Tide is in lane 3. In lane 4, Ava Hamby from Tide. In lane 5, Emery Elberly from Tide. We got 3 Coast Guard swimmers in, and Brianna Wallace, Lizzie Canuck, and Grace Holland in lanes 6, 7, and 8. Sadie Edwards from Tide is in lane 9, and Helly Tessnar from Tide is in lane 10. Look over to lane 4. Ava Hamby from Tide's out in a 31.5, smoking fast. Ava's out in the 109.6 at the halfway point. She's got about 3.5 seconds on Leah Burton and Coast Guard. Ava is well on her way to her best time here. And Ava extends her lead, splitting a 44.0 on that breaststroke. She's now got almost 5 seconds on the second place swimmer, and that's now Emery Elberly. This has been a back and forth race for second place, but Ava's been in the lead from the very beginning here for first. And Ava Hamby finishes splitting a 35.4 on her last 50. She goes to 2:29.1, which is a 4-second drop. Nice swim. Heat 6. Making up Heat 6 here, we have Abby Elias from Coast Guard, Jocelyn Irvin from Tide, Yasmin Garcia swimming in lane 3 for Poseidon. In lane 4, we have Ashlyn Pugh from Poseidon. We've got 3 Tide teammates here in lanes 5, 6, and 7. They're Brianna Dela Cruz, Emma McMath, and Abby Flores. In lane 8, we have Brillen Gilbert from Coast Guard. In lane 9, Marla Newton from Tide. And Piper Strzok from Tide is in lane 10. Brianna Dela Cruz is out to 32.3. followed closely by Yasmin Garcia. They're both out into 32. Very good looking butterflies for both girls. Rihanna hangs on to a slight lead here at the halfway point. Jocelyn Irvin made a great move out of lane 2, swimming for Tide. I think the breaststroke is going to be the definitive leg here. We are stroke for stroke here. That breaststroke leg. And what a great 50 breaststroke from Abby Flores. She splits a 44-10 to take the lead. Rihanna's now in second place. Abby was overpowering there in that 50 breaststroke, the third 50. And fighting right back is Rihanna Dela Cruz. And she took the lead back and finishes in a 2:30.13. Great swim for both girls there. Heat 7. In lane number 1, Emily Tron from Tide. In lane 2, Lucy Goodlow from Tide. In lane 3, Maris Marchion from Tide. Swimming for Coast Guard in lane 4 is Alice South. And Vika Watson is also from Coast Guard in lane 6. Veronica Dines from Coast Guard is in lane 7. Laura Pollard from Tide is in lane 8. In lane 9 is Ellie Quaresma from Tide. And in lane 10, Karen Lee from Coast Guard. Maris Marchion, who's having a fantastic day here. She's out in the 30.2. She won her age group in the 200 butterfly earlier today and also won her heat in the 100 breaststroke. Maris extends the lead. She's got 3.5 seconds, almost 4 seconds, excuse me, on Alice South from Coast Guard. Did you get a water? Maris Marchion extending even further there. Very nice breaststroke split from Lucy Goodlow from Tide. She went a 42 in that one. Put herself in contention. And Maris Marchion takes the heat. She goes a 2:26.49. Splitting to 33-0 coming home. Heat 8. This is heat number 8. In lane 1, Alana Crum from Tide. In lane 2, Maddie Wolf from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Layla Eberly from Tide. Swimming in lane 4 is Maddie Timmons from Tide. Swimming for Tide in lane 5 is Megan Bogarzelski. Caitlin Wilson swims for Coast Guard. She's in lane 6. Lillian Crawley for Tide is in lane 7. Anna Eberly for Tide is in lane 8. And Maite Guzman is in lane 9 swimming for Tide. Coast Guard's Maddie Wolf is out to 30.6. Very strong butterfly leg going out. Maddie Wolf retains her lead in lane 2. With multiple swimmers split 38s on that one. Holding on to her lead in a very close race, Maddie Wolf in lane 2. Maddie Timmons from Tide in lane 4 is trying to push her. See what happens here. Well, it looks like Maddie Timmons from Tide took the lead here on that last turn. With a great back half, Maddie Timmons takes the race in a 2:25.71. It's a nice swim for Maddie Wolf from Coast Guard as well. Heat 9. We got 4 Tide swimmers on the far end of the pool. In lane 1, Caroline Garrod. In lane 2, Nora Everhart. In lane 3, Bella Muriel. In lane 4, Kaylee Jones. Swimming for Coast Guard in lane 5 is Olivia Chung. Bermuda Granger for Tide in lane 6. In lane 7, Stella Dietrich for Tide. In lane 8, Maggie Wright for Tide. In lane 9, Sahila Rollins also swimming for Tide. And in lane 10, Isabella Pugh for Poseidon. Sahila Rollins from Tide is out into 30.5. She's got 2 backstrokers right next to her who are going to try to push her here on this leg, this lap. Bermuda Granger from Tide takes it with 224.6. Heat 10. This is heat number 10. In lane 1, Jacqueline Griner from Tide. In lane 2, Skylar Johnson from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Ainsley Graff from Tide. In lane 4, Capri Moreno from Tide. In lane 5, Chloe Check from Coast Guard. Ellie Ficketcher from Tide is in lane 6. Lily Person from Coast Guard excuse me, is in lane 8. Lise Markison from Tide is in lane 9. And Ana Iniguez from Tide is in lane 10. Capri Moreno has the lead here at the halfway point. She's out in a 108.6, looking great. Capri Moreno hangs on to her lead. And her best stroke is freestyle, so she's looking pretty good here for this race. I like her. You do too. Nice win for Capri Moreno. She splits a 31.9 coming home. She goes a 223.1. Heat 11. This is the final heat. This is heat 11. In lane 1, Avery Taylor from Tide. Teammates Cameron Darnell and Nora McMullen, both from Coast Guard, are in lanes 2 and 3. Sophia Kohler from Tide is in lane 4. In lane 5, Phoebe Mayo from Coast Guard. In lane 6, Willow Hansen from Coast Guard. In lane 7, Kendall Butler from Coast Guard. Charlotte Everhart from Tide in lane 8. Lauren Gray from Tide is in lane 9. And Maggie Gahagan from Tide is in lane 10. Phoebe Mayo splits a 29.3 going out in her butterfly. She has the early lead. Where's the music? Phoebe Mayo extends her lead there on the backstroke portion of the race. She's now got almost 3 seconds on her next closest competitor. Still looking good. It's Phoebe Mayo from Coast Guard. Splits a 41 on the breaststroke. Phoebe Mayo comes home in a 32.7, finishing in a 2:18.0. She was pushed by Lauren Gray hard. Lauren split a very fast 31.7 on her last 50. Nice swim. This is event number 10, the boys 13 and over, 200-yard individual medley. There are 10 heats. Heat 1. In lane 3, Brandon Burkhardt for Coast Guard. In lane 4, Finney and Bohan for ECAT. Tide's JP Knight is in lane 5, and Coast Guard's Jabari Thomas is in lane 6. Finney and Bohan from ECAT as a commanding lead at the halfway point here in heat number 1. Check. Finian splits a 45 on the breaststroke, retains his lead. Winning heat number 1 is Finney and Bohan from ECAT, finishes in a 2:41.45. Heat 2. Heat number 2 is in the water. In lane 1, Max Alpagini from CVAC. In lane 2, Matt Boyden from Tide. In lane 3, Scott Stufflebeam from Tide. His teammate Logan Garth is in lane 4. Also at Tide is Riley Steele in lane 5. Daniel Key from CVAC is in lane 7. Jude Carroll, also from CVAC, is in lane 8. He's out to the early lead on the butterfly leg. Josef Siebenpiper is from Coast Guard. He's swimming in lane 9. And Ephraim Hinkle from Tide is in lane 10. Jude Carroll from CVAC takes the early lead. At the halfway point, he's at a 104. This is Jude's first time swimming this event. Taking the heat, Scott Stuppleby from Tide. He comes home in a 33 to finish at 2:28.70. I think we may have had a soft touch there from Jude Carroll in lane 8. Heat 3.
Just a little bit.
Heat 3 is in the water. In lane 1, we have Will Downen from Tide. In lane 2, Tyler Newton from Tide. Tanner Brandt swims for Coast Guard. He's in lane 3. We've got 3 Tide teammates in a row in Mike Casey, Timothy Etcham, and Jackson Layton in lanes 4, 5, and 6. Jackson is out to the early lead here in the butterfly, splitting to 31.6. In lane 7, we've got Garrett Root from Coast Guard. In lane 8, Jacob Coleman from Coast Guard. In lane 9, Elias Males from Poseidon, and his teammate Karsten Stiles is in lane 10. Garrett Root from Coast Guard has the lead going into the last 50. Fantastic last 50 from Will Donnan from Tide. He comes home in a 33-1, winning in a 227.70. This is Heat 4. In lane number 1, we have Ada Ferguson Fairchilds from CVAC. In lane 2, Cade Rogers from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Aiden Bird from Tide. Alex Keenan is out to the early lead in the butterfly. He swims for Tide. He's in lane 4. In lane 5, Gabe Winston from Tide. In lane 6, Cooper Schwartz from Tide. Lane 7, Ari Morozov from Tide. And teammate Matthew Leach is in lane 8. Swimming for Poseidon in lanes 9 and 10 are William Blashfield and David Linz.
You got to win it.
Alex Keenan extends his lead. Looking very good here. He's out in a 102.9. All right, still in the lead is Alex Keenan. He's at 148.4 after the breaststroke. Gave up some ground to Gabe Winston there on the breaststroke. Gabe split a fantastic 41.5 to make it interesting. And Gabe Winston with a fantastic back half takes the race. He goes 2:18.77. Alex Keenan had a nice swim there with a 2:19.5. Best time for both of them by quite a bit. Heat 5. All right, here we are with heat number 5. In lane 1, Ethan Stowell from Tide. In lane 2, Noah Rawls from Coast Guard. In lane 3, Connor Bradley from Tide. In lane 5, Braden Crum from Tide. Teammate Parker Knapp is in lane 6, and he's out to the early lead, splitting a 27.0 on the fly leg. In lane 7, Tate Bupp from Poseidon. Peter Kraus from Tide is in lane 8. Austin Temple from Tide is in lane 9. And CVAC's Grayson Scully is in lane 10. Parker Knapp extends his lead. He's out in a 006 first half of this IM. He may give up a little bit of ground here on this breaststroke, but he's going to look very good in the freestyle coming home. Tate Buck from Poseidon made a nice move there, gained almost 2.5 seconds on the leader. But Parker Knapp looks very strong coming home on this freestyle. And Parker Knapp takes it with a 2:14.29 going his best time. Heat 6. Okay, Heat 6 is in the water. In lane number 1, we have got Colin Kodak from Tide. In lane 3, Ian Garth, also from Tide. Swimming in lane 4, Gage Spade from Tide, and his teammate Olin Klimikowicz from Tide is in lane 5. Jaden Proctor from CVAC is in lane 6. Sam Adelar from Poseidon is in lane 7, and he's out to the early lead. Jack Valentine from Tide is in lane 7. Rockwell Lee from Tide is in lane 9. And Peter Ziemba from Coast Guard's in lane 10.
Butchered that one.
Sam Adelar from Poseidon takes the lead on the backstroke leg. Sam Adelar hangs on to the lead and extends it a little bit on the breaststroke leg. Winning the heat is Ian Garth from Tide. Comes home strong in a 29.2. And the winning time is a 2:13.45. Heat 7. Heat 7 is in the water. You got 3 Tide teammates on the far side of the pool. That's Connor Poole in lane 1, Aiden Flores in lane 2, Damon Harmon in lane 3. Coast Guard's Justin Grantham is in lane 4. In lane 5, Bennett Ross from Tide and Ben Knight from Tide in lane 6. Carter Weitzcarver from Poseidon is in lane 7, and he's after the early lead. He just split a 27.9 on the fly leg. In lane 8, Matthew Healy from Tide. In lane 9, Evan Shelton from Tide. And in lane 10, Daniel Stowell is 13 years old. He's the youngest competitor in this heat. He's in lane 10. All right, Damon Harmon takes the lead. He's the Tide swimmer. He's swimming in lane 3. He comes in at a 102.33 at the halfway point. Several swimmers are at 102 or 103. It's still anyone's race here. We got 3 swimmers here at the middle of the pool going stroke for stroke. It's Ben Knight, Carter Weitzcarver, and Matt Healy. And Ben Knight touches first after the breaststroke. He hit the fastest split there with a 39.8. Ben's got about 1.2 seconds on his next closest competitor, and that's 13-year-old Daniel Stowell. They're on the last 25. Let's see who can come home. And finishing strong is Ben Knight from Tide. He takes from lane 6 with a 2:11.51. Nice swim. Heat 8. Doing this. Sorry about that. Heat number 8. In lane 1, Colt McCoy from Tide. In lane 2, Chase Wilkerson from Tide. In lane 3, Logan Kennemore from Tide. Poseidon's Nathan Gilley is in lane 4. In lane 5, Will Bettis from Tide. In lane 6, Brian Kostowski from Tide. The early leader is Vincent Tran. In lane 8, he swims for Tide. Gabe Isley from Coast Guard is in lane 9, and Thomas Bird from Tide is in lane 10. Backstroke specialist Chase Wilkerson takes the lead at the halfway point. He split a 32.4. It's pretty fast. Great breaststroke leg from Nathan Gilley from Poseidon. He takes the lead out of lane 4. And Nathan holds on and actually extends his lead there to finish at a 2:09.17, taking the heat on a fantastic back half. Heat 9. Coast Guard teammates Alex Bowler and Forrest Ward are in lanes 1 and 2. And then Tide teammates Troy Salpeter, Brody Salpeter, Sean Gervais, Tudor Negrunt, and Jacob Botson are in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Charlie Silverston from ECAT is in lane 8. Bernard Kim from Coast Guard is in lane 9. And Sterling Rogers from Coast Guard is in lane 10. The two Coast Guard swimmers are tied after the first lap. Both came in at 27.44. Lots of 27s and 28s on the board. This is going to be a tight race. Sterling Rogers was stroking very confidently there on that backstroke. Attacked the back to breast transition very aggressively and took the lead. Split a 32.4 on that leg, which is the fastest of anyone in the field. Looks like Charlie Silverston from ECAT is the breaststroker of the field, making a very strong move. Yeah, Charlie takes the lead. 38.99 was his split there. He's got the lead with 125 left. And Charlie holds on. He finishes in a 209.9 to take Heat 9. Heat 10. All right, this is the final heat of the 200 individual medley. In lane number 1, Alex Lineberry from Tide. His teammate Colin Mamrell's in lane 2. Also from Tide is Blaise Van Slyke in lane 3. Carter Wetstein from Tide is in lane 4. Joshua Fisher from Poseidon, he's out in a smoking fast 24.3. In lane 6, Tyler Schwartz from Tide. In lane 7, Spencer Campbell from Poseidon. In lane 8, Landon Lusack from Tide. In lane 9, Aiden McGowan from Coast Guard. And rounding out the field is Emmanuel Elias from Coast Guard in lane 10. Joshua Fisher extends his lead. He's out to 53.9 off the strength of two great opening legs here. Joshua Fisher for Poseidon. It doesn't appear that he has a weak leg on his 200 IM here. Every stroke has been fantastic to this point. He's at 129.4 after the breaststroke. He's got almost 6 seconds on his next closest competitor. Excuse me. And finishing strong is Joseph Fisher for Poseidon. He does a 28.3 in the freestyle for a winning time of 157.84. This is event number 11, the girls 13 and over 500-yard freestyle. There are 8 heats. Heat 1. This is the final event of the morning. In heat number 1, in lane 4, we have Zoe O'Brien. In lane 5, Ainsley Link. In lane 6, Violet Bailey from Tide. In lane 7, Emma Gallant from Tide. And in lane 8, Lucia Franco from Tide. Lucia Franco, tied, has the lead with 100 yards to go. She's got almost 4 seconds. And Lucia gets the bell. Sold 34s. Taking heat number 1 is Lucia Franco from Tide. She wins in a 5:35.42. Heat 2. Heat number 2 is in the water. In lane 1, Morgan Jenkins from Tide. In lane 2, Molly Tippett from Tide. Poseidon's Becky Palmer is in lane 3. In lane 4, Cammie Stumbaugh from Tide. In lane 5, Chloe Lake from Poseidon. Lacey Derrick from Tide is in lane 6. Sophia Thompson from Tide is in lane 7. In lane 8, we've got Jessie DeVito from Tide. And out to an early lead is Elise Schoenfeld from Tide. She splits a 31.5 going out. All right, Elise Schoenfeld at the halfway point has a strong lead. Her lap counter is local swimming legend Darby Chang, Schoenfeld. Former teammate. Elise Schoenfeld with 100 yards left. Still retains her lead. She's got about 2 seconds on the field. Looking very smooth. And there's the bell, meaning we've got 150 left to go. And taking the heat in a 6:04.94 is Elise Schoenfeld. Turns around, she's pumped up, pointing to mom and dad. Heat 3. Heat number 3 is in the water. Coast Guard's Leah Burton is in lane 1. In lane 2, Emma Hellwig from Tide. In lane 3, Gabby Rodriguez from Coast Guard. In lane 5, CVAC's Ryan Colburn. In lane 6, Emma Landon from ECAT. In lane 7, Jocelyn Irvin from Tide. In lane 8, Piper Strock from Tide. In lane 9, Emily Brochu from CVAC. In lane 10, Avery Pugh from Poseidon. We've got 4 swimmers who completed the first 100 in a 1:10. This looks to be a very exciting race, very close race. All right, only 1.5 seconds separates the top 4 swimmers here. Emma Landon from ECAT has the early lead. All right, at the halfway point, Emma Landon has extended a little bit on the field. She's in lane 6, swimming for ECAT. Looks like Emma controlled her pace very well in the opening 200. I think she's on her way to a very good swim. And just a reminder, our sponsor Aquawear is set up today behind the bleachers. You can order a parka, a warm-up backpack, or embroidered sweatshirt. And you can have it embroidered for all local teams. That's Tide, Coast Guard, ECAT, and CVAC. Go get your team gear today. They're also raffling off a team bag. For every $25 you spend, you get a chance to enter for a new backpack. The winner will be notified after the meet this weekend, I assume via email or phone call. Emma Landon takes the bell. She's been holding 35s pretty consistently through this race. And she finishes in a 5:56.24. Nice swim for Emma. She just dropped 12 seconds. Heat 4. Swimming in Heat 4, we've got 5 tied teammates in a row. In lane 1, Abby Flores. In lane 2, Lena Machi. In lane 3, Alana Crum. In lane 4, Kirsten Jones. And in lane 5, Rania Jacob. Poseidon's Ashlyn Sandlin is in lane 6. In lane 7, Sydney Gray from Tide. In lane 8, Maddie Clark from Poseidon. In lane 9, Avery Ustick from Tide. And in lane 10, we have Anna Huang from Tide. All right, Maddie Clark's 200 split going out is a 2:18.1. She settled into a pace of holding about 36 seconds per 50. Maddie comes in seated with a 6:00.79. She's on her way to a best time. But what are your events? Sydney Gray from Tide takes the bell. She's at 5:20 with 50 yards to go. Maddie Clark from Poseidon is right there with her. The two of them racing hard to get home. What a great finish. Maddie Clark from Poseidon takes it with a 5:52.9. Sydney Gray was right there with her with a 5:53.1. Those were best times for both swimmers. Heat 5. All right, Heat 5 is in the water. From Poseidon in lane 1, Isabella Pugh. In lane 2, Sydney Whiteman from Tide. In lane 3, Maite Guzman from Tide. Coast Guard's Maddie Donaldson is in lane 5. Vika Watson, also from Coast Guard, is in lane 6. And then the rest are Tide swimmers. In lane 7, it's Sohaila Rollins. In lane 8, Afsana Rollins. In lane 9, Maddie Patterson. In lane 10, Ellie Quaresma. All right, Sydney Whiteman from Tide at the 200 mark is a 2:14.0. She's been steadily building her lead. Giving her a race is Vika Watson from Coast Guard. Vika's in lane 6. Looks like Sydney did an excellent job controlling her pace in the opening 150 yards of this race. She's now extending her lead with each 50. Sydney settled into holding 35 low per 50. She's at the 350 mark. She's still under 4 minutes. Sydney Whiteman gets the bell, meaning there's only 50 yards left for her. She splits another 35 low on that last 50. She is well on her way to a best time. Vika Watson from Coast Guard over in lane 6 has been swimming well throughout the race. But this one belongs to Sydney. And a very fast 33.0 in her last 50 to finish at a 5:42.5. Sydney dropped a couple of seconds. That's her best time. Heat 6. Heat 6 is in the water. Tide swimmers Maddie Timmons and Lise Markison are in lanes 1 and 2. Coast Guard Zoe LaFlamme is in lane 3. And the rest of the field is from Tide. That's Carolyn Garrod in lane 4. Ellie Fickature is in lane 5. Maya Alubosola is in lane 6. Ella Arbuckle is in lane 7. Rihanna Dela Cruz is in lane 8. Claire Graham is in lane 9. And Annie Avery is in lane 10. Ellie Fickature. She's out in first place at the 150 mark. She's holding 35 to this point. 35 seconds per 50. Nice move from Carolyn Garrod. Takes the lead there. She and Ellie are stroke for stroke here in this 500. got 100 yards left, and we've got a great race. Andy Avery from Tide over in lane 10 has moved into the lead. Rihanna Dela Cruz in lane 8 is in second, and Caroline Garrod in lane 4 is in third. We got the bell coming here in a few seconds, and then we're gonna have a mad dash home. And it looks like Andy Avery gets it, followed very closely by Rihanna Dela Cruz. Who's got the legs to come home? Looks like they touched pretty much at the same time at the other side. This race is coming down to the last 25. And Rihanna Dela Cruz has a great last 50. She splits a 32-1. Wins the race, wins the heat in a 5:43.49. Nice swim to her and to Andy Avery. Heat 7. Heat 7 is in the water. In lane 1, Mackenzie Ortolano from Tide. In lane 2, Bella Murillo from Tide. In lane 3, Hannah Walker from Poseidon. Megan Pogorzelski from Tide is in lane 4. Stella Dietrich from Tide is in lane 5. Avery Breck from Tide is in lane 6. Crystalline Mosley from Tide is in lane 7. In lane 8, Nora Everhart from Tide. In lane 9, Alexa Osmet from Tide. And in lane 10, Maris Marchione from Tide. Right at the 200, Crystalline Mosley from Tide looks very good. Crystalline Mosley, she's 3:10.3 at the 300 mark. Settled into a 32 high, 33 low per 50 pace. Kristen Mosley gets the bell. She's got 150 left. I think she's well on her way to a best time. And Crystalline Mosley takes the race at a 5:22.47. That's a 4-second drop for her. Alexa Osment comes in second, also with a best time of 5:29.62. Heat 8. This is the final heat of the morning. Heat number 8 in lane 1. We've got Maggie Wright from Tide. In lane 2, Layla Everly from Tide. In lane 3, Cameron Bogarzelski from Tide. Sarah Teague from Tide is in lane 4. Poseidon's Molly Blanchard is in lane 5. And the rest of the swimmers on the left side of the pool or Tide swimmers. In lane 6, Chloe Swats. In lane 7, Addie Roberts. In lane 8, Anna Eberly. In lane 9, Avery Taylor. And in lane 10, Charlotte Everhart. If you're on your way out, make sure you stop by the Aquawear stand behind the bleachers. They've got all your team gear. They've got suits, goggles, team caps, and more. Go buy something from Aquawear. All right, Molly Blanchard has 100 yards left to go. She's been holding 31 high, 32 low for most of the race per 50. Molly's taking the bell here. She's got 50 yards to swim. Molly finishes with a 30.7 on her last 50. Brings it home fast. Winning time is a 5:16.85. Addie Roberts is in for second place from Tide with a 5:27.1. And that concludes our morning session.